Hey, Amadon. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Do-do-do-do-do. Luis. Oh, I see how it is. Uh, yeah, this one's sinking down, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You know what, though? It's funny. In the past, whenever I saw something like this and I had like dreams of making an alternative to some service that is well established, I remember like every single time, whenever like, oh man, this is happening right now. If only I had been ready. But you know what? This time, I am perfectly relaxed. I I don't care at all about what's happening in the wider world. Um, People that have, let them have revolt, stoat, whatever other tool is right now the best position to capture people's attention. Let them have Matrix. Let them enjoy Microsoft Teams. You know what? Um, we'll take our time. We're doing it right. There's no rush, and I think there is really no rush um because I'm not making this for people that I don't know. I'm making this for myself and the people that I do know. And so in that case, there's no rush. Like the fact that the news about Discord and stuff is coming out right now is not really gonna change the fact. Like it's not like, oh man, we're losing an opportunity. I don't care about that opportunity. I do care about the opportunity of making my life and the life of people that I know better. So that's not really going to change in terms of whatever timings Discord is having right now. You know, unless it shuts down tomorrow, then never mind. um, but yeah. So we're gonna take our time. We're gonna do it. We're gonna enjoy the ride. We're gonna make it right, etc. etc. And I promise you, it is gonna be fine. Like we're not gonna like oh no, you lost the you failed to capture lightning in a bottle. Don't worry, lightning is gonna be there waiting for us once we arrive. Unless we take forever. If we do take forever, then never mind. But we're not gonna take forever. I think. Do 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 do. Yeah, there are alternatives, but I don't like any of them. I don't like Stoat. I don't like Matrix. I don't like TeamSpeak, as in TeamSpeak versions past 3. So like TeamSpeak 5. Bleh. Also, they have such a bad approach to Twitter. It's embarrassing. Like they should like if the way they approach Twitter is in any shape or form a reflection of what's going on at the company. I mean, and it has to be because they're also not doing a great job on other fronts. I don't know. I like it. I have very fond memories of TeamSpeak version 3, but man, the new ones. Oof. 5 stream streak. Thank you. Awesome. Good job, Angry Maid. So, what are we doing today? Step number 1, we wait for the tea to be ready. Step number 2, we drink the tea. Step number 3, we merge the Who is Typing PR. This is the one that I'm looking at right now from Tristan Pemble. Tristan also coincidentally happens to be, just putting it out there. I know that this is not maybe the best moment to point this out, but he just so happens to be one of the organizers of Z Day Portland, Oregon. So if you happen to live in that area and you're gonna be free on February 28th, go join them. They're gonna have a Z Day in Portland, and yeah. So Tristan has worked on implementing issue number 59, which is this one. So we're gonna take a look at the code. We're gonna see if anything needs, just one or two hammer hits here and there, just adjust things, and then we're gonna merge it. And then after that, well, first of all, we're gonna need to update what happens with this issue, because there were like some follow ups. So we're gonna decide what to do with regards to follow ups. Some of them we can work on right away. Some of them will require more time because other parts of the ecosystem need to be fleshed out a little bit more. Specifically, I'm talking about stuff that has to do with settings. Like we don't really have user settings. We have a page for user settings, but I have to decide storage of user settings, settings that are client specific, and settings that are shared across all clients that belong to a user, and maybe some settings that I mean, I don't. We shouldn't make it too complicated, but some settings should be specific to the one client that you're setting them on. Some settings should be global to all your clients. Maybe there's an argument to be made of making some settings specific to a class of client. So, for example, maybe a setting that should apply to all your mobile clients. You're probably not going to have many, but in case you do, or you know what, vice versa. Maybe there are settings that should apply to all your desktop clients, which you might have more than one. Um, Even if you just have, you know, a desktop computer and a laptop, for example, or a work computer that you use to connect to Awebo. Hello, Joker Dan. Hello, hello. So we're gonna manage this PR. Are we doing pretty good? Pretty good. We got a good PR to merge. We know what to work on next. This is definitely gonna be a welcome change. This is part of the general work of trying to make the commons, like the code that doesn't belong to any specific contributor, the code that I wrote that, you know, makes the whole main skeleton of a Weibo just a little bit less crappy, just making it a little bit better so that people can contribute um, in a less awkward way, hopefully. So, so. How long for the tea? Okay, tea is gonna be ready in about a minute and a half. This is our PR. And yeah, so we're chilling. We're chilling for a minute more. Also, as a reminder, if you do not appreciate the background music, go watch this stream on YouTube. If you feel that this stream is empty and could use some background music, switch to Twitch. If you send messages on Twitch, I'll see them in Borg. If you send messages on YouTube, I'll see them in Borg probably for the first half of the stream, but then at some point it poops itself out and I stop being able to see YouTube comments. So I don't know. Be aware of that. And yeah, this is how it is. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my tea. Okay, first to do cleared. We got tea. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. So you might for next search. Yeah, sorry. How's it going? I don't know. It's going. By the way, Andrew, so don't worry. I'm sorry when this stuff happens. My general approach is to not have hard locks. So the idea is um, the only hard locks that exist in Awebo in terms of assignment of issues are when the issue itself is assigned to somebody. Like these, Andrew has a hard lock on Adobe Cans. Neurosite has a hard lock on TUI clients. For the rest, I'm going with the approach of being more like lightweight in the sense of you should express your interest in working on something so that other people don't work on it at the same time as you. But if nothing happens in a few days and somebody asks me what to do, I'll tell them, you know what, we haven't heard anything from this person in a while. So if you want to take a stab at it, go for it. So that will mean that maybe you have something, and then there's going to be some duplicated effort. But at the same time, it means that yes, if you lose motivation, get distracted for whatever reason, it is fine. Nobody's going to hold that against you. Like, it is absolutely fine to express interest in something. And then if you can do it, you do it. If you can't, for whatever reason, like you get sick, or who knows, um, you know, you have a birthday, or I don't know, whatever, you go on vacation, um, then it's fine. You don't even have to say anything. And so somebody else will pick it up. What I would recommend is this. If you were interested in full text search and now somebody else has contributed the other stuff, um, see if you have opinions on what's being done, and if you think that something could be done differently if you want to. This is not like a request that I'm making of please do this. What I'm saying is, if for example you looked at coding and said, oh, you know what, I think in my version I implemented the UI a little bit better, do consider still making that PR if you want. Obviously at that point it's slightly more complicated, right? Because that means that if you're going in a different direction than what the other committer did, then it means that potentially maybe the other person didn't care, but it could be that you two will have a disagreement. So don't go too headstrong. Maybe send a message in the issue and say, look, I was working on this, which I ended up not PRing, but I did the things this way. Would there be any interest in me upstreaming these changes? And then I will be the arbiter of that, and I will help you make sure that nobody, like, that it resolves itself in the best possible way. So that is my suggestion. Or you know what? Alternatively, just drop this thing completely and see if there's anything else that strikes your fancy that you want to work on. How was Nuremberg? Nuremberg was a nice event. There were people working on a device to keep sourdough bread warm. Like, they were working on a sour bread incubator. So basically you could well, that was the idea. So you had a Raspberry Pi, a tiny Raspberry Pi connected to um a component, like a thing, and I guess that's not a sensor. I guess would you call it an actuator? I guess it's an actuator, maybe. In any case, there's a thing that would heat up, and the idea is that you yeah, they were aiming for 28 degrees, so they probably had also a thermometer in their kit, I hope. And I'll share. Oh man, this is awesome. So having a Discord channel or similar channels just for contributors helps a lot. I do that with some of my projects. PRs are not really that great for coordinating people. You raise a very good point, but this is this is kind of the funny situation that we're on. So you know how you're making a new language and you have to bootstrap the compiler, and that's the part that becomes weird in that specific kind of project. Or you're making an OS and then you want to boot into the OS, but then you also need debugging capabilities. Like it's hard. Well, the hard part of this type of stuff is that there's people who don't want to have a Discord account in our group of contributors, and which is part of why we're doing this, right? So, so long story short, we do have a Discord channel. It's in my. I have a Discord community called Software You Can Love. It's also linked here on Twitch. And we do have one there, but we try actively to not have serious discussions in there because there's going to be people that are left out. So we try to keep all our serious communication on the issue tracker. It is restrictive without a doubt, but it has the upside that, well, first of all, it is necessary for us at this stage. But it also has the upside that it is not bad to have discussions of this kind in the issue tracker where they remain well organized and searchable. Because if you make decisions and discuss things elsewhere, that is going to be information that it's essentially lost. Because if in the future somebody wants to go spelunking and see why something was done that way, which doesn't have to be, that far into the future, so it could even be just a few months from now, then that's all going to be context that exists around an issue that is not reflected in the issue tracker. And so some things will maybe look like bad decisions, while in reality, they weren't necessarily. Maybe they were, maybe they were like quote unquote bad decisions with trade-offs that were made on purpose because of some other thing that was going on at the same time. For example, I do tell people to delay working on certain things right now because I know that I'm going to touch corresponding code elsewhere and we're gonna conflict a lot. So we try to avoid conflicting too much, and that is a thing that tends to shape contributions a little bit sometimes. So good point though. It's kind of weird though. I didn't have the energy to set up something else. Like in theory, you could have set up a Zulip, for example, but man, I don't want to create a Zulip. Like I'm doing this work so that I can ideally create my last account of this kind. I know it's a silly dream, probably not going to happen, but I didn't feel like setting up a Zulip for this project at the moment. That being said, guess what? We do have a project. Like our first goals are going to be goal number 1. Let's start being able to use Awebo to host monthly calls about Awebo. So this requires having audio working and ideally also webcam and screen share. Although we could compromise and just have one call without webcam and screen share, just voice, just so that we can have just for the thrill of it, right? But we also need those features for monthly calls to be working. And then next goal, of course, is to host development chat on Awebo itself. So our goal is to get to a point where we can dog food Awebo itself as fast as possible. That's what we're racing towards. With the caveat that, I mean, we're kind of trying to race for it. These are the main two projects that we're working on. But contributor ready issues, I make them based on what becomes available, like in terms of things that I know should be done a certain way and then don't require the contributor to there's like a low risk that the contributor is gonna fail. And when I say fail is because maybe they encounter, a huge hole of missing functionality in Awebo, and like they would have to do a lot more work to get their feature working. So for example, typing notifications, everything that is involved with showing those is already there. So they just need to implement the functionality itself. All the supporting infrastructure is already present, as an example. What else was I saying? Oh yeah, so contributor ready issues are not necessarily geared towards the first sub goals that we have. Also, me refactoring code is not necessarily, it's not strictly necessary for that, but we're racing towards those, but not at the expense of everything. So me doing refactoring work is necessary to have other people live a happier life, other contributors. So I'll do that. What is the preferred way to get stuff merged in all your code base? I was interested in updating Stockfish to the latest version, but Calabro seems to not respond, so I asked in August instead. Seems a bit rude to Jim. No. So the way it works is that, sure, the original contributor of a repository, you could say they have like a special role in that sense, but once they gift a repository to all your code base, now it belongs to all your code base. So other maintainers that have the ability to make changes should feel like they should be able to make changes. I would also argue that maybe let's say that you do make changes that Jim doesn't like. The day that the Jim comes back, he can start like moving things towards a way that he likes. Or in any case, again, this is another situation where maybe in case there is a big disagreement, I can help find common ground, which I don't think is going to be even necessary, but just in case. So don't worry, it is by design that people who contribute to all your code base, go and disappear, and somebody else will pick up the torch for a while. So here's what I'm saying, Andrew. If you're interested, I can give you access to this repository if you want, or any other repository that you're interested in. There's no problem at all. So actually, just let me know. Either here in chat, I'll do it right now if you want, or via DMs. I'll just give you access. Don't worry. Okay, let's merge .pr. Okay, let me see some messages. Do. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. How much of protocol refactor are we talking about? To give you a heads up, it's basically turning all these individual structs into one union. So there's going to be a client union of messages, a server union of messages. They're going to lose their tag. The tag will be selected automatically by their enum value, and so that way it's going to be more streamlined. In my defense, the reason why I went for the other approach originally is because while I was messing around with the protocol in the beginning, before we even had reflection that automatically makes serializers and deserializers for you, back then, because at the time I couldn't have it, I could not have those things at the time because I was using libxcv, and so serialization, like I couldn't use reader and writer. In any case, it was a mess. So at the time, for example, having human readable tags for messages allowed me to understand what the heck was going on. Now, as we're going to move forward, we're going to have compression, we're going to have encryption, so we're going to need tooling to read the wire protocol in case we need to. So at that point, all the silly tricks that I was doing in the past are not going to be necessary anymore. And for that, um, we're going to just create two big unions, and fix all the cascading changes in terms of usage elsewhere. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so what's going on in here? Let's see. So I had an email from Tristan asking if we were accepting external contributions. So that's on me. I took a while to reply to him. So that's why he was wondering. But yeah, we are accepting contributions from other people. I mean, for sure. We're definitely accepting contributions from Tristan. That's for sure. In any case, let's see. Implements 59. I left out the mouse over list when more than 3 users were typing because I wasn't sure if it was a great experience. Okay. It's such an ephemeral list with potentially moving tasks that it seemed kind of finicky. Hey, I was wondering if did you consider XMPP? You probably don't need the federated part, and the XML is probably also not what you want to use. I was looking at the ecosystem to replace Discord, and it seems interesting. I'm aware of the XMPP ecosystem. No, I did not look into it in the sense of I didn't consider any already established protocol because I want to be able to make something that is tailored to my use case. I know that those things are like designed to be flexible, so they could probably accommodate for a good amount of variety. But I don't want to. I don't want to limit the level of creativity and efficiency of this application by adopting a standardized protocol. In theory, this standardized protocol stuff could be added on top afterwards as a form of of bridge. We're gonna have to have some bridging going on, for example, because right now we're doing TCP and UDP, and if you want to have a web client, you need a bridge over web connectivity. So we're gonna have basically to replace naked TCP with probably WebSockets. And as for UDP, we're gonna need to use either WebRTC or Quick as transports. So some of that will have to happen. Maybe we could also do XMPP in the future, but I'm skeptical. I think that for this type of chat application, interoperability is not all that important. At least when it comes to messages going in servers. We don't have DMs. We might gain, I would like to do DMs in the future, but DMs are going to come way after we're done with the servers. So servers are going to be our main focus for a long time before we even do a single thing for DMs. I'm not going to get into the whole details of why, but long story short, DMs are kind of a separate thing. They don't work. They probably should share nothing with how, in terms of machinery, they should share pretty much nothing with server-based communication when it comes to self-hosted servers, self-hosted Awebo servers, and yeah, that's it. So let's see. I use the state user limits rate limiter, but I don't know if that was correct. I don't feel good committing it without some kind of server-side rate limiting, since unchecked broadcasts like that could easily be used to DDoS inter-server otherwise. Yeah, there needs to be some form of rate limiting. I think there should be a dedicated rate limiter for this. I think there should be a dedicated rate limiter because this one is very precise, right? It's going to be one message every 2 seconds or something like that. I saw Awebo get mentioned on Mastodon. Really? Has it moved from a personal project to a broader scope, or did I miss that it was always other people working on it too? No. In the beginning, it was pretty much me. So I started it myself, entirely on my own. Then I got some help from Johnny Marler for getting audio working on Windows, especially. Actually, mainly Windows. And so he helped me with that. Then I abandoned the project for like a year, maybe, because I was using libxcv, which was an evented loop, basically, like evented async IO framework that relied on callbacks. And man, callbacks hell is real. Guys, I would say, I don't know about you, but I myself am not going to follow precisely what the Bible says you should do, because I'm not so sure that hell actually exists. But let me tell you, callback hell, holy fucking shit, that place is real. Don't do that if you can avoid it. Callbacks made the code kind of harder to read, and then also libxcv had some bugs in it that were very annoying for Awebo. So libxcv is the event async IO library that Ghosty uses, and all the features of that library that Ghosty relies on, they're obviously used, polished, maintained, because they get leveraged a lot in Ghosty. But all the other stuff, so for example, anything that has to do with terminals and files is going to be good. But libxcv also covers networking, and Ghosty doesn't do networking much or at all. It's a terminal emulator. The thing that, if anything, does networking, if anything related to your terminal does networking, is going to be the shell or a program running in the shell. The terminal emulator, not so much. So xcb, no, this one. This one. So there were some bugs in it related to handling of UDP. So basically, I kind of felt like I hit a wall, and I stopped developing it, thinking that I would have needed to wait for Zig to get good async IO before it would have made sense to push forward with that project. Fast forward about a year, and guess what? Zig now has a kick-ass async IO story now going on, and so I ripped out libxcv, turned all my callbacks into sequential code, because now I can, and discovered a bunch of things that I was doing in a pretty silly way, because the actual necessities, like the actual things that were necessary to make happen in the code, were obfuscated by the fact that everything was split up into multiple callbacks. So like it was me not understanding fully what I was doing. But in my defense, man, it's like there's only so much boilerplate you can eat every 5 lines of code before you start losing track of what's going on. So so I fixed all of this, and yeah. Hello, Jim. So I resumed development. I cleaned everything up I don't know, about a month ago by now, and then I opened Awebo to more contributions, and so I've actually been explicitly working on trying to give people things to do. So, for example, this we're gonna read now the PR for this issue, but like I'm creating issues that I'm tagging contributor ready, in which I tell the contributor, well, whoever wants to pick that up, kind of exactly what they want to do, what they have to do. Almost, you know what? It's almost an LLM style thing. You know how people say, oh, if you give good instructions, enough context, you do enough design, then the LLM will do it correctly, right? So if you just write a one sentence, please, I don't know, make me a website, then the LLM is going to do whatever the fuck. But if you instead are more precise and you have a well-detailed plan, then the AI will be much more likely to get it right. I'm doing kind of the same, except I'm not doing it for LLMs. I'm doing it for other humans, which is funny because if you think about it, it's kind of a shame that you waste good effort, good design effort of this kind on an LLM. Again, I get it. You're alone and you want stuff to be done faster. You could argue this is a way of doing things faster, maybe. I don't know. Like in this specific case, I think it would have been faster for me to just do this work because I already knew what needed to be done. So I could have done it probably in, I don't know, 20 minutes. Um, but I'm offering this as a service to contributors because basically every time I identify something that I kind of know how it should be done so that it doesn't have, huge unknowns inside of it. And for things also that I know we have all the surrounding infrastructure already done so that they don't have, they don't discover that, oh my God, this entire subsystem is missing. Like to implement this thing, you would need a persistence, but there's no form of persistence. And so you have to invent persistence, which is very unlikely that a contributor without all the context that I have will make the choice that I would make. So which will lead to more churn in the PR. So I'm trying to carve issues that only focus on things that can be fully done somewhat trivially by the contributor. So I'm doing all these things, and and now there are more contributions. So long story short, there's more people working on it. It's not just me. I'm still acting as the BDFL in a sense of this project. I think that if we continue with the way that we're going, keep in mind the project is very new, it's very broken, but if we continue down this path, we're gonna be in a good shape not too long from now. Like just to give you an idea, take a look at this. So we have the client. It's ugly as fuck, but we can page messages in and out as you scroll back, which is kind of, this is the most complicated, I think, and annoying, but also critical thing in a chat application. Like you want this to be smooth. You want to be able to go up and down. And keep in mind, you don't want to, like, a scroll view is essentially a bigger window that has a viewport, and you render all of it, but then you only see some of it. And in our case, our view that we have a viewport on is huge. A chat, conceptually, a chat history, the history of a channel, it's gigantic. So it's impossible for you to like realistically want to render all of it. Or rather, I mean, I don't know, maybe you could even, but it's wasteful and dumb. So you want to have a mechanism to page messages in and out. So this is kind of implemented. And check this out. This was contributed recently. So let's take a look at, let's search for number 5. Oh, I think that searching with a £sign doesn't work. Let's just try 5. Will it work? No. Did we kill the server? Holy shit. Okay, never mind. So there are some things that are broken. We did kill the server. Let's try again with message. So if we search message, we'll find all the messages that have message in them. If we search for arst, there's a few arst messages. The fact that we have garbage in those messages makes it hard for me to do cool searches because, like, if I search for arf, I don't think that's gonna be found. Arf, yeah, because it doesn't do prefixes. It's only able to do prefixes when English stemming rules apply. I should probably change the stemming settings, but in any case, that's how full text search is currently implemented. But we do have that. So I don't know. Bit by bit, we're covering ground. Is it virtualized using DVUI? It is a DVUI widget, yes. It does. DVUI does do stuff for us. What I do on my end, like on the application side, is I have a ring buffer of 64. No, it doesn't do only exact match. But I think I only have English stemming rules. So for example, if I write down here I don't know, friends. I don't know, friends are fruits eaters. I'm not trying to write correct English. I'm just trying to find words that can be stemmed. So I think that if I search for friend, oh, never mind. Eat. Okay, never mind. I think that my wait, my stemming is not doing what it should be doing. Fruit. Okay, so you know what? Think uh, I think we should take a look at the query that we're running because it should be doing some this should work. Um select blah 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 from messages search, yes. With some joins and we're doing match query. So I think this should work. Is it me or those snippets in editors just suck? I think there might be different implementations. Some might be better than others. I don't love LSP provided snippets. I think that if you have editor support where you type, I don't know, you maybe you would even have to make them yourself to for best comfort, but like something like you tab PFM and then that shows a suggestion that says hit tab to expand. And you hit tab and then it becomes pub function main. For example, I don't know if this is a snippet that I would have, but just to bring up an example, I think this wouldn't be too bad. But I don't know. Well, at least I never used this stuff much. The LSP stuff even less. And I occasionally notice that ZLS gives me Zig auto like snippets. I never appreciate them. Okay, so why are we not doing good search? Let's take a look at tables. How are we creating this damn table? Because I don't think we're doing it bad, but message search, FTS5, content messages. So I'm not specifying anything about the tokenizer. Maybe I should. Maybe I should specify something about that. Oh, wait. What if I do, oh, you know what? Maybe there's a confusion in terms of intent. What if I do this? Oh, yeah, there we go. So with the star, it works. How about 3 star? Oh, now it finds me everything with a 3 in it. Okay, so you can see that it's not just accept match. It does have full text capabilities. The precise shape of this functionality is not entirely clear to me yet. Sorry. But I didn't focus on it. I just wanted to get it off the ground. I know that there's a bunch of other options that I didn't specify. One thing to keep in mind though is that you do want to be mindful of how you set up your full text search index because that thing is not free. First of all, you have to compute it, but second of all, you have to hold it on disk. And I think that a max like a fully pimped out full text search index might use more space than you would want to spare. Because they can be dynamic and executed by the editor to locally transform the text. Oh. Oh, wait, you specify that transformation as a JavaScript snippet in the LSP server? What? Really? Okay, yeah, I know that there like I remember there were like a few different options, like from very basic to fanciest. I didn't remember, but I forgot or never knew that the fanciest one was shipping JavaScript to the editor. That is so, well, I don't know. It's a choice for sure. Okay, give me a sec. There's a somebody's ringing the doorbell. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so what were we looking at? All right, we were looking at this creation query. Yeah, we're missing some stemming stuff which we should have, but you know what? It's fine for now. So let's go back to our PR. Okay, what was the discussion? You can call corner refresh to request the UI to be redrawn when you receive a chat typing message. Uh, that should already happen. I think I know what they're missing. So basically, core will deal. So if we expand this, you will see that core deals with every message that it receives, and it automatically does refresh at the end of every message that it receives. Because the default assumption is that if you're receiving something from the network, it is something that you kind of want to display. It might not be 100% true, but uh, it's mostly true at the very least. So yeah, you could say that this could potentially. I mean, every single thing that we have here up until now will require a refresh. But yeah, well, actually, will it require a refresh? Maybe not, but it's still this is fine design. Okay, so that's why it's working. Well, I mean, at this point, so okay, so the discussion was around this. The timer I added. Okay, that sounds suspicious because that should probably be a DUI animation. To be clear, I didn't specify this and I think I wasn't fully aware that that's how you do it. But anyway, let's see. Last sent typing. Perfect. Where is this? Part of a Awebo host. So this is a global variable. Well, not global, but like it's a state variable. Should this be a state variable or should it be specific to the UI view? Frankly, it doesn't matter much. Although I think I'll make an argument that this should be changed. Awebo user, let's see, what do we have in user client? Oh, we're giving to user client only fields. That is fine. What's this client only stuff? Last seen typing. Right. So if every user has a last seen typing field, that means that this is going to be a linear scan every time we want to see if there are users typing or not. I would prefer for this to be different. I kind of would like for this to be. I would like for there to be a heap index essentially elsewhere. We'll see if this turns out to be a linear scan, but I mean that's kind of what it looks like we're gearing up for that. Chart typing notification, origin, channel. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. Result can be error unknown channel. Yeah. Oh, honestly, I don't think there's even a point in replying. I would make these one-way messages. Okay, let's start the review. Okay. Chat typing, lost state, blah, blah, blah. Users. Client last seen typing. Okay, so far so good. I really feel like we're gearing up for a linear scan here. Throttle to 2 seconds. Where are we? Oh, we're in core. Uh oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. So what we're doing here is that we're having the UI try to send a chat typing notify every time the user types something. And then in here we do calculation to say if we're not past 2 seconds, we early return and don't do anything. That is actually good. Actually, that is better than the half baked idea that I had in my mind. This is on point. Yes, this is how this should be. It shouldn't be any different. Perfect. Let's see, how does he send the message? CTN, serialize unlock, put one. Yes. Okay, so far so good. Typing activity. Oh, this is for rendering. Okay. Okay, we're gonna let's take a look at the linear scan. Yeah, this is a linear scan. We don't want that. We really don't want that. I mean, it's not like, okay, if you have a tiny server with like 20 people in it, fuck it, this is fine. But some servers will grow past that. Some servers will get to 1,000 users, 2,000 users. I mean, let me take a look at what's in the Zig Discord server. The Zig Discord server is not gonna be the Zig Awebo server, or rather, the Zig Awebo server, assuming there is gonna be one, is not gonna be the Zig Discord server for a while, for a long time, maybe ever, but still. Okay. Okay, chat. Quiz for you. How many users do you think the Zig Discord server has? Bet. More than one. That is a good guess indeed. So far, none of you got it very right. The closest one is Andrew. But you all still pretty far off. 19K. Yes, indeed. 19,300. Yeah. I would argue that 19,000, you're already getting in the ballpark of stuff that you do not want to scan linearly. 10,000 of those users are bots, probably, or, well, probably chances are that 15,000 of those users are like inactive. That's how it is with Discord, right? So they're inactive either because they're bots or because they are just inactive. People do collect servers on Discord a lot. I think in the software you can sorry, no, the software you can love is lower than 20. The Z Discord server I think has more than 20 people active in it. But yeah. What is the purpose of Zig while there is the C3 language? I don't know, man. I don't know. I do not know. What's the join limit without Nitro? There's a join limit without Nitro? Wait, servers have a join limit if they don't have boosts or anything? No. Really? What? I had no idea. Oh, okay, sorry. It's the other way around. Okay, it's users who have a limit. I mean, that's fair, but man, what's them? Okay, whatever the limit is going to be, if it's anything more than like, I don't know, 50 servers, then what the fuck are you doing? And I think that 50 is already too much. Okay, then with more than 100 servers, holy shit, man. No, that is a lot. I don't know. Korean women? What are you talking about? Do. Oh, the bots are being Korean women. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's also a bunch of spam bots on Telegram. They try to get into your communities. Do. Yeah, okay, you know what? I understand that. Okay, that is fair. Personally, I have been more picky about this stuff and I would just leave servers that I didn't engage in actively. To be fair, there are some servers that I'm still in that I pretty much never check. I think that's bad on my part. I think that I should either remove them or check on them more often. But yeah, I get it. But the reality is that you're not like, you know, there's like these numbers where you can't have more than a given number of close relationships because you have limits in how much bandwidth you're willing to give to people. So like attention bandwidth at the very least. So I feel like there's a limit of that kind also with Discord servers. And so I can see myself. Okay, I have one, two, three, four, maybe five Discord servers that I check on regularly, like almost every day, if not every day. That is kind of probably approaching my limit. Yeah. Yeah, although to be fair, that is a good point. Sometimes you just need info on a very occasional basis and you want to be in the server not because you want to participate in it actively, but you kind of want the bookmark so that you can occasionally dust off your account and ask for help or something or info or what something happens. Um that is interesting insight on like, how people behave with this stuff. maybe this should inform our decision making when designing the Awebo client, because we have one thing in Awebo that is more problematic than Discord, which is that your client, if you're in Discord, have joined 10 servers, you're not going to establish 10 different TCP connections. You're going to establish a, maybe I'm naive. I would hope that you establish one TCP connection. Probably that's not going to be the case. But you have multiple Discord servers that exist on the same host, either directly or through some kind of proxy mechanism that they have on their end. But with Awebo, if you join 10 servers, that's 10 TCP connections that go to 10 different IP addresses, different machines, different clouds. I don't know. One guy's basement Raspberry Pi. So I guess my point is that there's a higher cost for us to join a server and maintain a connection. So we'll need to think about how that works. Maybe it would make sense for us to formalize the idea of having a server be more of a bookmark, as in, like, the server is not one that you connect automatically on startup, but maybe it's a server that you only connect to when you tap on it. Basically, you have like a set of servers that you always connected on when you open the application. No blockchain. What? No blockchain. The idea is you have a set of servers that are always on. You open the application, you connect to them, they always sync messages. And then you have a few other servers that are not that you're not connected to by default. You only connect when you tap on them. So you're willing to eat the extra latency because you only begin connection when you select them explicitly. But in exchange, those are connections that you don't set up all the time, every single time you open the application, which could in turn maybe even slow down your synchronization with the servers that you do care about. And then what we could do is that on a given frequency, maybe once a day, once an hour, like maybe something, we can find a good middle ground. What happens with those servers is not that you set up a real connection with message synchronization, but instead you only connect to the server to get notifications if there are any. So that means that if you do get pinged on one of those servers, you will see the notification in your client, even if you don't keep a connection always open. So you don't miss out on people pinging you, but also you don't end up connecting always to things that you just never check, burning data and stuff. Yeah, pretty much what I was describing. Yes. Okay. So long story short, we started the whole discussion because we were looking at a linear scan that I think we want to avoid. Let's go write it up. Where do we write it up? Do we write it in here? Okay, let's look at the state variables. Let's talk about in terms of state. I think that's easier. So cancel. Let's do it here. So by giving each user state, extra state, you end up having to scan them linearly. Which is perfectly fine for small servers, but it becomes unreasonable on public communities on big enough. As an example, well, whatever. I suggest to change to remove per user state, and instead keep in core.state a a heap or some other kind of sorted data structure that can be used to quickly hey Valigo, you probably regret you haven't started this project like 8 months ago. Okay, you want to see something crazy? I'm going to show you something crazy. So Awebo, when I started working on it secretly, in secret, privately, well, not really secret, but privately, um, it was called D2. I was calling it D2 as jokingly as like, oh, it's going to be Discord 2. And well, I guess we can look at this is probably going to be this is close to the first commit, if not the first commit, 2 years ago. So I started working on this a long time ago. But then I stopped because we didn't have good async IO in Zig, and I was using an async library that was giving me headaches. So I stopped working on it for about a year, I think. But long story short, but setting that aside, so I did some good amount of work, and then I stopped for more than a year. Here's my answer though. I'm not worried at all. I understand this perspective because I've had it also in the past. Whenever I wanted to do something and then I noticed, oh look, the big established alternative, or rather the big established thing that I'm building an alternative for is now having trouble. If only I had been, already done so that I could like, jump on the opportunity. But in this case, it's fine. I have I really don't care about what the wider world ends up using. I sincerely don't care. Let them have Stoat, let them have Matrix, let them have Microsoft Teams, whatever. I mean, I don't wish other people ill, so maybe they should not use the Microsoft Teams. But the point is that I'm doing this for myself and the communities that I'm part of, and I know that I will be able, if we can produce the technical solution, I will be able to have some people follow me when we do this shift, and those are the people that I care about having a good time, and they know the state of this stuff. They are not going to be the ones that are gonna be they're gonna forget about Awebo just because Discord had trouble today. So in that sense, as long as we can actually build it, we have already succeeded. That is the advantage of the position that I'm in right now. The fact that I exist within a already existing community, and also because that's what I care about doing. Obviously, if I cared about making a sustainable business that exists by eating Discord, then sure, that would be different. But I'm not necessarily aiming for that. So, long story short, we pretty much already won. We just need to do the work to get this thing off the ground. That's it. I'm perfectly happy. Then if at some point some random people start using it, you know what's gonna happen? There are a bunch of people that I don't care about are gonna start using it, and they're gonna start bitching about my design decisions. That's what's gonna happen. And so I'm actually not. It's gonna be fine, but I'm not doing it for them. So this is gonna be good. Do-do-doom. Do you recommend learning C before learning Zig? Personally, no, I don't recommend this. My personal experience has been that by learning Zig, it was much easier for me to learn C after that. In this sense, when you learn Zig, Zig as a language is not that big. Like you will learn Zig very quickly. The thing that it will take you a longer time to learn is how your computer works, is manual memory management, pointers, syscalls, like interfaces that you need to learn about to be able to use your operating system, other libraries, and those things intertwine with C a lot. Like the syscalls, the DLLs, they all use the C ABI. Well, the platform specific version of the C ABI. Um, and so you will have to learn about header files. You will have to learn about C types. You will have to learn about all those things. And it is, in my opinion, you will have a better time learning those from Zig than directly from C, because while this is not usually the case, like usually learning the thing directly, it's better than learning it through something else. That tends to be the truth. But what, in my opinion, flips the equation in this specific case is the fact that Zig is just designed 60 years after C was invented. And so it's much better at plenty of things that C does. I mean, it's better at C specific things than C. So, for example, uh, at some point, you might have to learn about alignment, memory alignment. You look at a C program and you almost never see memory alignment. It's not part of the type system. Allocators don't speak alignment normally. There's this implicit thing that nobody tells you about. Or actually, maybe you can learn about somewhere, but like it's not. I remember not stumbling upon it for a long time, where allocators implicitly align everything to 16 bytes. I didn't know about that for a long time. And so, for example, memory alignment has always been confusing. In Zig, memory alignment is part of the type system, and it's kind of trivial because once it's part of the type system, it's much easier to reason about it. Null delimiters are part of the type system. Pointer to one thing is different than a pointer to multiple things in Zig, not in C. But keep in mind that those are like type system things, so like the data is still the same. But so that means that you can have a C API, like a C function, that in C will have a underspecified signature compared to the same signature that you can write from Zig. So Zig will be able to call the same function, and at compile time, through a more precise type system, it will be able to catch mistakes in usage of the API much more easily than C itself does. There's a few examples of this. So for me personally, learning Zig has been kind of like a cheat code for learning a good chunk of C. And in any case, the concepts that are not language specific, the concepts that have to do with how your computer works. Alignment is not really a Zig or a C thing. Alignment is a computer thing. So, for example, so that has been my experience. If you want some more arguments about how Zig can be better than C at C, take a look at this talk. Which is a bit old, but gold. Brought to Zig 1.0. Okay, so there we go. This ever forces the label to re-render after the mean timeout. Um, that is not exactly true. I believe they will re-render everything, not just the label. But yes, this is correct. So well, okay, let's see. Now we're looking at the server side of this. Yeah, the serializer notification lock state. State user limits. Right, we're looking at rate limiting these type of messages. Indeed, indeed. So I think that Tristan wrote a precisely correct comment. He used the user action rate limiter because that's already what we have. But it is not the correct rate limiter. There needs to be, I think, there needs to be a dedicated rate limiter. So, but this like my code doesn't account for that, and I think that's a improvement that I should implement. So this is fine for now. Tries to grab the channel. That's fine. TCP broadcast. Okay, this all looks good. Finish review. Thank you for your PR. It overall looks great. You got most things right. Um, Coldberg, Coldberg, please don't fuck me. I should have copied. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh, okay. Now I understand the. Okay, I think this was a good PR review. Good PR. I think I gave it a good review. I think Tristan should be able to get it mergeable in one pass. And then we can talk about follow-ups. That's gonna be good. Does it show up in here, this PR? That yes. So if anybody looks at this stuff, they'll know that there's a PR for this already in flight. So nobody should be be surprised by that. So that means that we can now work on refactoring a Awebo protocol. So give me a sec. I'm gonna get a cup of tea, and then we start the second half of the work. BRB. Yo, I'm back. Okay. So what do we want to do now? We want to take a look at the Awebo protocol and break it up. Although, so if we do this work, we're gonna conflict with the PR. My hope was to be able to merge that PR right away so that we wouldn't conflict. But I guess the good news is that the conflicts shouldn't be terrible. I think I can also do it on my end. I'll do the conflict resolution for Tristan when the time comes. So we should be fine overall. Anyway, by the way, you know what? As a small aside before I start doing the second half of the work, I saw this blog post earlier today. Let me see if we can still find it. I think it's on Lobsters. No, I think it was on Hacker News. Uh, who's Meld Feynman? What? Do not apologize for replying late to my email. It's totally blur. GLM file release on Z.ai platform. Oh my god, these guys have a Z.ai domain. Sure. GLM. There we go. Communities are not fungible. This is the thread. So I really like this blog post. I'm not gonna read it all here on stream, but I really like this. To me, this has not said anything that I didn't know already. But even though for me specifically, this hasn't opened any, third eye, I I agree to this with this blog post to the point that like I agree so strongly that to me this is like they're just stating obvious facts. So if you're never thought about community stuff, that's my job. So it would make sense. I highly, highly recommend it. There's one passage that I think though is particularly relevant for what we're doing. So um let me see if I can find the place. When platforms die, communities don't migrate. The internet has run this experiment dozens of times now, and the results are consistent. When a platform dies or degrades, its community does not simply migrate to the next platform, it fragments. And the ones who do arrive at the new place find that the social dynamics are different, the norms have shifted, and a substantial number of the people who made the old place feel like home are gone. So, um, I have seen this myself firsthand. Even without the platform dying, I've seen people move off of Discord just because Discord got worse. Like in ancient, it's not just when platforms die; it's even just when platforms shitify enough. And and if you think about it, that kind of shows how big of a like some kind of you're making a deal with the devil every time you build a community on top of a proprietary platform, especially if that platform is a startup or has VC money. You are making a deal with the devil because you know that it's guaranteed that that thing will either die and shitify or be sold to a competitor or some other big tech company, which will twist it. So in one way or another. So I guess you could say that's another form of shitification. And it's guaranteed because the whole reason why people made a startup and got VC money is because they're chasing an exit of some kind. And so they either get the exit or the thing dies. There's like the core point is that it's startups are the opposite of a sustainable business. They're like unsustainable by default. It is insane that they get celebrated so much if you think about it. Of course, there are companies that are like full trends in economics where people build companies that are meant to be sustainable in the same way that a parasite tries to be sustainable as it parasitizes the host organism, and that sucks. And startups are not that. It is 100% sure that startups are not that kind of parasite. But under the guise of innovation, it's like it is insane to me now that I think about it. But those startups are like they're just the most unsustainable possible way of doing business. And you don't want that for your community because it means that whatever infrastructure, like it's infrastructure that crumbles. So anyway, this was my let me see my comment on Hacker News. Let's see how many people disagree and have definitely well thought out rebuttals to my comment here. So this was my comment. This is the strongest argument against building a community on top of proprietary services, especially if it's a startup slash VC money is involved. It's guaranteed to enshittify, sell out a big company, and your community will crumble. That being said, I'm guilty of helping building Z communities on Discord, but in my defense, literally none of the FOSS alternatives was good enough at the time. And I'm also not really happy with plenty of the newer ones. I'm now working on my own take of what an open source Discord alternative should look like. And I plan to move away from Discord by the end of the year, blah, blah, blah. So, and then I got a bunch of recommendations for things that I have no plan of using. Campfire. 100% free. Easy installation. 8-minute video. How to install a new Campfire. Are we talking about installing it in a server? Okay, so they have instructions for setting up. Yeah, but here's the problem. Yeah, but Campfire is made by this guy. I'm sorry. I don't want to use software by this guy. With all due respect. So listen. So Campfire, I haven't seen the code base, but I can promise you, it's Ruby bullshit. I've already run one bullshit Ruby project, and I'm never gonna run more Ruby stuff. The H hater? No, not particularly. I think he's a doofus, but who cares? The problem is that this is Ruby shit. I'm not running Ruby shit. I was running dev.2. Well, okay, so dev.2 is their deployment of it. Yeah, Lobsters. I was considering running a copy of Lobsters. That's Ruby as well. It's all Ruby on Rails. So I was running this thing, which is called forum.dev. Man, this thing is a nightmare to run. A nightmare. It's a bajillion containers. Nothing makes sense. Everything keeps returning type errors. The thing returns type fucking errors. Why is it returning me type errors at runtime? God damn it. So, but here's the point. Yes, a lot of success is built on Ruby, but a lot of that success is built on top of piles of technical debt because they write their crap maybe faster, maybe more easily, sure, but then the server administrator is the one that is the one that has to pay all the interest on that debt. And I'm done paying interest for shitty Ruby projects. Never again. Never fucking again. So, no, I'm not going to run Campfire. I'm not going to run any of this shit. By the way, somebody earlier mentioned Stoat chat. This is the one that used to be called Revolt. I don't want to run this one either. So this one is not Ruby, thankfully. It's supposed to be Rust. So hopefully no runtime type errors. But guess what the problem is with this one? If you've never seen me show what I'm about to show. So this one, you know, it's Rust. So it should be good, right? It should be blazingly fast. Well, here's the problem. Let's take a look at the web. The server. Where's the server that you can self-host? Server software backend. Yeah, client is what it has a web client. I'm guessing the native client is Electron. Yeah, that also sucks. Not in love with that. But let's talk about running the server. Let's take a look at their compose.yaml. Okay, you want to run the Stoat server. You need Redis. So, by the way, they call this Redis, and they give you fucking KDB. Of all the Redis forks, KDB is the one that sits at the bottom. It's literally the bottom of the barrel. So, definitely do not agree with their taste in Redis. Database, Mongo fucking DB. I am never gonna run a software that runs on MongoDB ever again in my fucking life. Mini.io. Create buckets for Mini.io. There's a microservice that creates buckets on Mini.io. Why can't Mini.io create its own buckets? It's like it's like there's Mini.io, and then you have another thing called Mini.io's asshole, like takes dumps for Mini.io. Why can't the Mini.io asshole be attached to the rest of Mini.io? Why does it have a Bluetooth asshole? So it's like, why is there another thing that creates buckets for Mini.io? And then there's RabbitMQ. Oh, they changed the order of this stuff. You used to see RabbitMQ closer to the top. So they have RabbitMQ. So yeah. So you have Redis, and then you also have Rabbit, right? Makes perfect sense. But because, by the way, yeah, Rabbit and Redis, they're not exactly the same thing, but they're fungible. So whatever task queue library they're using, it can use Redis as a backend. It doesn't have to use Rabbit fucking MQ as a backend. Mock SMTP server. Oh, mock SMTP server. What is a mock SMTP server? A mock SMTP server is what you have to set up when you're testing a piece of software that has a system dependency. Well, it has a dependency on a real SMTP server. So it also depends on an SMTP server. And then there's LiveKit. Wait a second, LiveKit? Do you prefer SQL to Mongo? Dude, give me... Okay, I was about to make a very dirty joke based on the asshole joke that I'm taking up with it. I mean, look, I'm not gonna do that. Give me a stone tablet and a chisel, and I'll prefer that to Mongo, okay? I would pick any other database on the planet over Mongo. Any. Name it. I'll take Oracle over fucking Mongo. So no, I don't love SQL. I think there's trade-offs. In my case, I'm using SQLite because it has the advantage that you don't have to set up a dedicated server. It's like, it's very self-contained in your own application. It only creates an SQLite file on disk, and that's it. So that is pretty good for making software easier to manage. I don't know. I don't have issues with Postgres. I've never had issues with MariaDB. To be fair, I never used it too much. But yeah, if you ask me what is my favorite like object, what's it called? Document database, it's this bad boy. This is the one startup that I was so sad when it failed. RethinkDB. I love RethinkDB. I think this was the most delightful document database that was ever created. The people working on it were great, and I was so sad to learn that their startup failed. But what can you do? So I like this one. Have you heard of Iris? No, I haven't. If you have a link, I'll check it out. There's also this guy, OrangoDB. Yeah. This one, I think it's also kind of fun. Maybe. It used to be. You know what? I haven't... what about Turso? No, man. No Turso. Convex. Too many brands. Let me sell you Firestore. I don't know. I would take that, man. I would take anything. I would really take anything if I can avoid using Mongo. And so I'm not, to be entirely clear and candid, I'm not under the mistaken assumption that Firestore is going to be any good. Firestore is the one from Google, right? So I'm not under the mistaken impression that any of those like database as a service offerings from clouds are any good. but I will still take them over Mongo. Oh man, I know. That's how I feel as well. Rethink was fucking awesome, man. I really wish it would have killed Mongo, man. That, you know, there's a timeline somewhere out there where Rethink just straight up kills Mongo, and you know, flying cars, skyscrapers, and all that stuff. The present if Rethink had killed Mongo. So we were looking at this LiveKit. LiveKit. You know what? I think I knew somebody who worked at LiveKit for a while. But here's the thing: agents. Why is there agents, bro? Why you guys make real time video, build voice, video, and physical agents? God damn it! These companies cannot keep their business straight. It's like, look, we make toilet paper for AI agents. We like, you know, this is we're dog breeders. We breed dogs for AI agents. Like, man, just you're still allowed to have a normal business even if it's not for AI bullshit. But here's the funny thing. So Stoat does not implement its own audio video. Stoat relies on LiveKit, which is a Go project made by a startup that doesn't give a shit about voice and video anymore and only cares about AI now. Yeah, agentic toilet paper roll. Yeah. If it smells your stinky ass, it starts spinning and races towards your ass to wipe against it. Oh my god. Ah, man. Um so long story short, so Stoat doesn't implement audio and video. They I was about to say they shell out, but they don't even shell out. They API out to LiveKit. To be honest, LiveKit is decent for audio and video. I would expect as much. But it's yet another moving piece in your cacophony of containers. And it's a key piece of user experience of your application that you don't get to design. I'm sorry, but I think that if you want to be serious about software of the of this level of seriousness, you have to do better than just glue dependencies together. You have to own the core aspects of your application. If your application is chat, audio, and video, you need to own the design of those things. So I would be fine with bootstrapping using, you know, you bootstrap your system using a pre-made solution and you add it as a dependency for a while. But I would argue that then you have to, at some point, you have to kick it out and you have to own this part of the stack. Self-hosting is an option for LiveKit, so it's not getting to an API. Yeah, it is self-hosted, but the thing is, it's still an API that you contact in another container. Like this thing is gonna speak web stuff probably. Like this thing is gonna expose HTTP endpoints and it's gonna expose WebRTC endpoints probably. So you're still APIing it out in this sense. Sure, it's not as a service. It is self-hosted, but we're doing everything from scratch, by the way, in Awebo. We're not shelling out to shit. Check this out. You want to see how audio is sent in Awebo? Check out my UDP, my sexy UDP data. I don't know what to call it. Well, structure, comment, spec. So we're doing everything from scratch, well, close to. We are depending on Opus for audio compression. Compression in general is hard. I think it's fine to have that as a dependency. But yeah, big? Nah, first of all, that's not what she said for sure. But also in our case, it's definitely not big because we were trying to keep our UDP packets by design under MTU. So we're limiting our UDP packets can be up to 64 kilobytes. But if you use a maximum, like if you try to make a big UDP packet, then on the wire it will be split up into multiple datagrams on the wire, and that causes all kinds of funny issues. Or let's put it this way: the moment that the moment that the network experiences any kind of like issue where it starts jamming up, the first packets that get dropped from buffers are the ones that are fragmented. So you don't want to do that. I don't think even Google's, well, no, but that's formally the maximum size of a UDP header. But that's not the MTU. Like whenever you specify UDP packet of that size, it does get split up, and then the network will, the DOS, I guess, will re-glue it back together for you and present it to you as one 64 kilobyte UDP packet. So yeah, I heard that it is a bad idea to do that because you don't want to have the network. You don't want to give to the network fragmented packets, and you don't want to have the network decide how this fragmentation should be handled. What you want to do is you yourself keep your messages under MTU, which limits you to, I believe it's about 1,200 bytes. And then if your logical packet is bigger than that, then you do the gluing back on the application side. Apparently, that is the preferable choice. So, long story short, we're keeping our packets pretty small. Don't worry, man. Why not going WebRTC for audio and video? Genuinely curious. WebRTC is a complicated protocol with a gigantic pile of like the implementations. Like what people do normally is that they download, they use like Google's implementation, which is a ginormous C++ dependency, chock full of inefficiencies and bugs, like gigantic. So I don't want that as a dependency. I don't want their bugs. And the plan is to do everything ourselves from scratch in the most simple way possible. For example, WebRTC has a complicated system for negotiating and codecs between different participants to a WebRTC thing. In our case, we're just gonna hard code a much simplified way of negotiating these things, or more precisely, we're not going to negotiate these things as you do the call. The way it's going to work, I can tell you right away, this is not implemented yet, but the way it's going to work is that when the client connects to the server via TCP, so way before they try to join a voice channel, the moment that you open your application connects to the server, it will tell the server if it supports. Basically, we're going to do it like this way. We're going to default to H.264, and if people support it, maybe we're going to do H.265. And I think that the way it's going to work is that you say that right away, and so right away we will know which it is that we can use or not. It's not going to be negotiation that becomes part of setting up this thing. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Maybe we'll just do 264. Why not 81? Because for all these things, you want whoever is sending the video to have a hardware encoder for it. And very few people have a hardware encoder for AV1. So forcing people to do software decoding is fine, but forcing people to do software encoding is bad. H.265, please, no H.265, open codecs only. We're going to do whatever is most supported. I think the default in any case, like the null hypothesis is H.264, which I believe people also call ABC. licensing terms changed and they're going after people shipping encoders. And they're arguing that having paid for hardware encoder and only using that is somehow still not good enough. They can't do that to H.264 ship has already sailed. Yeah, but in any case, the coding is not a problem. The problem is encoding. Okay, I see your point. So you're saying AV1 is better than H.265 in that sense. Yeah, but not a lot of people have hardware encoding for AV1. In any case, don't worry about it. This is not going to be a big deal. The null hypothesis is H.264. It's going to be fine. So that's it, yeah. In any case, yeah, WebRTC is so complicated. Okay, you want to know the funniest? Okay, people might say, wait, okay, I'm arguing that there's bugs in WebRTC. Fine. Maybe I should bring some receipts, right? Maybe I should present some example of bugs in WebRTC, the Google implementation. So check this out. We were looking at LiveKit earlier, right? Which is this company that focuses, well, at least used to focus on audio and video. Now they do AI like everybody else. But check this out. LiveKit WebRTC. Maybe I should search just WebRTC. Fork. This is a fork made by these people. There is one that I think is important. Give me a second. I think I can fetch it from somewhere else. Oh, seriously? This is not here? And yet, I thought I did share this link in here. Is it Telegram being ass? Let's search WebRTC GitHub. So I'm not looking for the official WebRTC one. I'm looking for a specific fork maintained by a few companies, including Livestream Kit. Fork. Is it this one? And maybe I got memed by the text? No. That's not it. That's not it. Reddit talk? Qubit? No. Oh, maybe ED is the Flutter one. Maybe ED is the Flutter one. Let me go back and see if this one is the one that I want to click on. WebRTC SDK. Oh man. Yeah, so this is a fork that contains WebRTC from Google with various improvements. I think this might be the one. I think they changed something. It used to say, I think this is the one. It used to say something different. It used to mention, I think, the companies that were sponsoring this work. No, but this has way too few stars. This is not it. Or maybe this is a fork of the original repo somewhere. No, okay. But in any case, I think that this, yeah, this is crazy. Oh wait. This is it. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. This work is maintained by LiveKit and Flutter WebRTC. Okay, so I was not going insane. So check this out. Why we forked WebRTC? They explain why they did it. They explain all the things that they introduced, including end-to-end encryption, which is cool. But like, check this out: audio device handling, and that links to this PR. This PR is some change that they made to the original WebRTC implementation, which includes this. Remove MacBook Pro audio pen write code. Let's take a look at what this is. GitHub, can you load? What the fuck? Slower than Codeberg. MacBook Pro is hard-coded to output only from the right speaker. This removes that code. It appears to be code from 6 years ago. So for 6 years, they had a check. I don't know if the guy was testing something and then just forgot it there, or what the heck. But for 6 years, every time you use a WebRTC stream, whenever you use WebRTC, like in your browser, to do like a call, audio would only come out of your right speaker if you had a MacBook Pro. For all we know, this is still not fixed in the official one. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. And this is for a giant delicious pile of C++. I'm good, thank you. Awebo. Doing your own protocol would also mean doing your own security and things around it, right? Yes. We have issues for enabling TLS, and then we also have an issue for deciding what to do with UDP security. Content explain why this happened. The internal microphone of MacBook Pro is located under the left speaker. When the internal speakers are in use, we want to fully stereo. Hand to the right. I don't think this is how you're supposed to do it. Maybe people at Apple are dumb. I don't know. But I suspect that they were aware. They probably had been aware for a few years by then, you know, having made multiple phones and laptops, that obviously there are issues having a microphone next to the speaker. I suspect there's like already logic to make that stuff work without needing a browser library essentially to solve it this way. That is 100% the wrong solution. No. Macs that run OSX would halt the left fan when the microphone was active. Jesus. Oh well. In any case, I don't want any of that clown show. Thank you very much. Depending on LiveKit, cringe if you ask me. Again, nothing against LiveKit specifically. It's just that, dude, it's like you're going to a restaurant, okay? And the restaurant buys the restaurant buys tables and chairs from IKEA. Do you care too much? No, you shouldn't. They have, you know, all the rest of the things, like the cutlery. They buy cutlery from some, I don't know, some discount place. Do you care too much? I don't think you should. But man, if you're running a restaurant, you should own what happens with the kitchen. If you have a restaurant, your kitchen should not be serving IKEA's meatballs. I think we can all agree on that. if you're opening a restaurant, you should own the kitchen. That is the core point of what it is that you're doing. If you're outsourcing the kitchen, there is something wrong with what you're trying to do. So if you're making an application, you need to own the core things that your application offers, fully own. I think it's insane to make I think it's a waste to make a chat application. So I'm giving this link to Diablo who asked for it. I think it makes no sense to try and make a chat application and then you shell out to a pre-made implementation. Okay. Do we need to git pull? Are we git up to speed? We're git up to speed. So what are we gonna do next? We're going to protocol and we start breaking everything. So this part is gonna be mostly fine, modulo, some things that we're gonna change. Let's start by moving around all these other things. Downvotes the guy that suggested campfire. I should have implemented actions in Borg. I haven't. Okay, so I think here's how it should play out. We need to be able to refer to these types still. So I think that they should still exist as separate types. So I'm not going to inline the struct definitions into fields of a union because I think that's going to make it needlessly awkward to refer to them. Because you will occasionally need to say, okay, I need to send out this type of message. Although, we could just make it a server message of a given type. Huh. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's keep them here. Let's create the union. Let's start fixing everything to use the union, and then we decide if we want to move them as inline definitions or if we want to keep them outside. Yeah, this is a big problem. I'm not trying to solve it at all for now. My goal for now is to have one existing Awebo server. This is a problem when you start having two existing Awebo servers. So let's get to the one Awebo server milestone, and then we're gonna think about what to do for the next one. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than this. Clients need to be able to talk with servers that have different protocol versions, and kind of vice versa, or something along those lines, because it's necessary. It is impossible to ask different servers to coordinate updates at the same exact time. So a client needs to be able to talk to a fan of possible server-side protocols. Maybe not all of them. I mean, at some point you need to deprecate some stuff, but the client needs to be flexible necessarily. Let's see. I have a nice idea for the Awebo UI. Add an embedded terminal, likely libghosty, and do terminal sharing / streaming right in Awebo. That does sound cool. I would be up for something like that. Yeah. With the only caveat that this should not be obviously a TUI only feature. So the GUI should also be able to make this work somehow. Which, I mean, I don't think it should be particularly complicated, but Yeah. I mean, I would assume that you just need to have some rendering code, right? Like we have the ability to give you a surface that you can draw textures on, and that's it. So I don't think this should be a problem, but it should definitely be a feature for both. Obviously, if you want to start experimenting with it on TUI because it's easier, go for it. But you know, on the roadmap, we should eventually attempt to reach feature parity. So what should I call this thing? Message? I'm gonna call it message. Oh, that collides with actual messages. Yeah, yeah. Um, we can try to call it TCP message, except that I already defined TCP messages in the server as something else. And let's call it network message, maybe, or protocol message. Hmm. Also, if we make this a union, it means that there's nothing you can extract from a message until you switch on its kind, well, on its tag. Let's just call it client. I think we can do it like this. Okay, so authenticate. So just straight up like this. Maybe we can pull them in. Okay, so to cause build errors, let's pull them in. No more comp time check. Yeah, I know this sucks. We're gonna do something to fix this. Maybe I don't know. We're gonna do something to fix this, but it is what it is. So we have authenticate, we have invite info. Sign up, call join. The sign up written like this kind of invites us to have an underscore in here. I don't know if I want this. I think I want to refactor this to be just sign up. You know what? I changed my mind. Let's do the underscore. Fuck it. Call join, chat history get, chat message send. Yeah, it sucks. If we imagine that this is a struct at the top level instead of being a union, then it would make sense. But then for that to work that way, um, we would have something that makes sense to put at the top level out to extract outside of the union that is shared by all types. And I don't think we have one because there is no one thing that all of them share. Channel create search messages. I would call this chat history search because it's kind of chat history get, right? Chat history get, chat history search. Hey, you're liking the new stuff? Yeah. So I'll tell you what happened. What happened is that Andrew, I don't know if you noticed, but Andrew upgraded Awebo to a bumped it up to a newer version of Zig. I mean, you did notice, right? Because at some point in the Zig Day Nuremberg, you couldn't build Awebo anymore. So as he was doing that work, he realized how much repetitive effort you have to put into doing things. And so um, he went through the exercise and made it better. Okay, so this is client. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's go do the same in server. And now let's watch everything crumble. You know that I think that this is so much better because this allows us to automatically generate these things without having to repeat the boilerplate all over the place. Invite info reply. Client request reply. I think I would order them like this. Client reply goes first because it's super generic. The order of these declarations down here doesn't matter, but I'm just trying to make it reflect the other one. Perfect. Then we have host sync. Callers update media connection details. Chat message new, chat history, channels update. Search messages reply, chat history, search reply. Okay. So we have moved everything over. Next step is fix the metaprogramming code, because now we have a bunch of metaprogramming code that is, I mean, actually the metaprogramming code is fine. So, okay, so here's how it works. Get rid of the marker. Get rid of the serialized, deserialized functions. Get rid of the marker. Get rid of these things. Get rid of the marker. Get rid of these things. I think the protocol stuff is fine. Do the same with to client. Okay. So these are normal types. And now the idea is that we give the serialization stuff to the union, which needs to have a serialize and deserialize like this. Like this. Um, Maybe I did something stupid. I'm gonna think about it for a second before committing to these changes. Maybe I'm gonna do a bunch of undos. So um if we do like this, if we do it like this, then the metaprogramming code will start at the top level with a union and a tagged union. Um, and then it will recurse into all the other types. So here's the problem. The problem is by turning this into a union, now, if you turn this into a union, now the active case is not comp time known anymore. The advantage of the previous code is that essentially the active case was comp time known, and now we lost that property. That is something that does suck, if I have to say, if I have to think about it. You know what? That was a pretty cool thing that we had going on before. So how do we kind of torture usage code to somehow make the active tag actively comp time known? How do we do this? This is actually pretty funny. You know what? It is pretty funny. Tag types. Oh yeah. No. The problem is that now tag values are not comp time known anymore. Right? With the current code, when you want to send a channel create, message, you just instantiate a channel create type, And then you ask the serializer to serialize each and create type. And that the reason why we care about this is because some of these types require an allocator based serialization function and some don't. And it's nice to keep the distinction to know which ones do require heap allocations and which ones do not. When mostly deserialization is what we care about, I think. And we kind of lose that. To be fair, it's fine. Hmm. You can add a pump const decal on the type. Yes, you can. But if you create a union, if you create a non-comp time union, like I'm in a function and I'm doing const who of type client, that's the name of the whole union that contains all these types. And in here I do dot authenticate equals something. Then the fact that this type has something that you can check at comp time, well, this is not comp time known anymore. So now that requires a runtime check. I'm starting to think that this is not as much of an upgrade as I thought it would be. Do I think it is comp time known? No, it is not. Like, or rather, yes, it is are coded in here, but I don't believe that this is considered comp time known. Like, if I make a function, if I make a function that in inline switch is comp time known, no. Yeah, or rather, I understand what you're saying, but the whole reason why you're doing an inline switch is because you're trying to stitch comp time known information with runtime known information. I don't have an inline switch with the current setup with a pre-union way of expressing messages because yeah, but you have to do this behind an inline switch. That's runtime code. Like the reason why the keyword is inline and not comp time is because you will have one branch per every possible value that will run at runtime, picking the right one. I will lose the ability to make it a compile error using the allocation version of a callback of a deserialization function. What do we gain though? But we do gain some stuff by doing this. So what we do gain is that all the places where this stuff needs to be handled will immediately be visible. Uh, yeah, that's what I'm pondering. You know what? I think I'm gonna chicken out of this refactor idea. There is some stuff to gain, but we're going to lose a lot of things. Doing this makes us lose a lot of things. Man, this undo is pretty fast. We're gonna lose more. We're gonna lose a bunch. So I would like for this change. Either I need to take more time to consider the trade-off and see what we lose. If what we lose is worth what we gain. The opposite. If what we gain is worth what we lose, or if there is a better way where we can only gain and not lose. But right now, doing this in a naive manner will make us lose more than we gain. I'm checking out of it. So this is fine. But you know what? Here's what I wanted to gain more than anything else. The main thing that I wanted to gain is have it so that the moment you define uh, a type in here, I would like for that to immediately turn into a compile error in all the places where you're supposed to handle all messages. So, for example, if you create a new server message, then the client it necessarily needs to be able to handle all possible server messages. So the place where we receive all server messages needs to be able to immediately give us a build error until we add that to a switch. So here's how I'm thinking of doing it. We change the metaprogramming code a little bit. I think we can get rid of this marker checking because we don't care about markers anymore, I think, at this point. Let's get rid of marker. Although, as silly as it is, there's no easy way for us to pass this information down to these functions otherwise without an explicitly defined marker. Um, okay, I'm gonna leave this like it is for now. So let's see if we can add just some metaprogramming that is tailored to produce the specific compile error that I was hoping to add without changing anything else. So in client network, here we receive all possible, here we handle all possible server things. The problem is that marker is an untyped letter. So that sucks. So here's what we need. What we need is a magic type. So we want to obtain essentially an enum or a union of some kind. Let's say an enum. We kind of want this. We kind of want basically this stuff, but we want to publish it. So we want to do this. Pubconst enum equals. That is way too many bytes for what we are doing right now. So the name of each one is going to be d.name. There we go. The for loop is wrong now. Why? It's not at this anymore. No, I undid all those changes. The structs are not in a union anymore. I undid all the changes that I made earlier. Okay, so with this, we publish this enum. We go to client and do the same. That makes us break syntax highlighting for some reason. Interesting. I'll take it anyway, I guess. So now in, for example, network, we do it like this. Marker enum of type Awebo protocol server dot enum equals enum from int marker enum, and that is going to change a few things in here. So this is going to be dot host sync dot chat message new. Oh, take enum. Thank you. No, because I want this log line. And now there should be no else branch, or rather, I think this is going to turn into a compile error because we're missing some stuff. But now we can be exhaustive about this stuff. Next, in server run, somewhere we deal with all possible client requests. Again, now here's the problem. The client tries to turn a server request into something, and it explodes if it fails. The old code with reader take byte, it's this. Take a byte, turn it into an enum, use it. Like the client had essentially the equivalent of what we're doing here. But here's the difference. For the client, I don't think it's necessary, but for the server, yes. I think that the client blowing up for bad server communication is fine. You know what? Maybe it's debatable because there could be a poopy server somewhere, but we definitely don't want to explode in the server. That's for sure. Hmm. And there enums from int. You're right. There we go. Oh, it's a null. Thank you. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so this should be good. Let's see where that leaves us in terms of buildability. We broke some stuff. Like we 1 bajillion% broke some stuff. So let's see. Let's see what's up. FG64 has no members. Okay, so we had this extra rule in here. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna modify this. Protocol. Dependency loop detected. Oh, well, I mean, either this works or if this does not work, we're gonna need to move the definition somewhere else. Oh, there we go. We're getting to the good errors. Okay, so that was enough. By the way, for if people don't know what's happening in here, because we're technically, actually, you know what? Client was already filtering for enum implicitly by only looking at struct declarations. This guy was not. So you know what? Let's have them both share the full implementation 1-to-1, so it should be less confusing. So this should also get us. Oh fuck! Never mind. We're back to dependency loop territory. That sucks. Okay, so the reason why this works then is because these forces evaluation of the type, like looking at the name requires it requires for Zig to know less about this type. So it's simpler, and that's why it gets away with it. Uh, but I guess we need to have it on both sides for this to work. Okay, so now we should be happy. Let's see, has no member named authenticate. Does it not? Has no member name host sync. There's authenticate reply. Okay, wait. Where are we doing this stuff? Our protocol client has no member name authenticate. And yes, it should, does it not? Authenticate. Why does it think that it is not the same though? Um and this doesn't recognize host sync. I think we need to print what's in each of these guys. That's the problem with this stuff, man. Hmm. Hmm. What are we messing up? I guess here we can log. Yeah, the problem with comp time log though is that it's not gonna print our type names as it should. I guess we can add. It's not gonna print the decal name correctly. That's the problem. It's gonna print it shitty. We need to debug this in a runtime context. So we need to go in as well, server run, for example, and do it here. It does. Does it not print numbers for strings? Never mind. You're right. It does. Let's see. Origin ID, authenticate, invite info, sign up, call join, chat history get, chat message send. So, okay, let's print it again past these things. Only the ones that do make it in. Well, that might explain what's going on, huh? What are we doing here? If type in field this d.name type of type info is different than dot struct continue. Yeah, you're right. Well, no. Wait. Oh yeah, it's the typo. Yeah. There we go. Switch must handle all possibilities. And handle enumeration value authenticate reply, which is curious, although that does make sense. Authenticate reply is handled. Oh man, this is good. Okay, so 300. Then we're missing invite info reply, which is the same thing. Client request reply. Yeah, we do need to handle that one. Channels update. Yep. Those are to dos. Now there's server, I think one. So server is missing sign up and invite info. I think these are sitting in a PR. Okay. We're back to a working condition, and now we have exhaustiveness, which I think is nice. This way, every time you add a new message type, you immediately know where it is that you need to fix these things and what has to happen next. I think this is the essence of what I wanted to get. Having to search for like a meaningful char is kind of is shitty. I wish we could get rid of that, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I think that is fine. Okay, so this was a good change. Uh, does stuff actually work? Let's check if stuff does actually work instead of completely pooping itself out. Yeah, seems that we have maintained the functionality. Hmm. Test if CI still works, and then we're gonna push. If you don't need symbol markers, you can just use their order in the file. Yeah, but you would have also to pass at this. I guess that's maybe how you do it. Okay, so this works. So we're gonna commit. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, but I don't like any of these. I mean, they weird out usage code even more. And in the end, the main thing that I wanted is just get compile errors whenever you add a new one, which we achieved not having to change any of the usage code. So um I think I still prefer this way of doing it. Okay, we did it. So we refactored Awebo protocol. Maybe not as much as we originally thought we would, but we did it. We achieved what we wanted to achieve. I think the next thing that we worry about is working on the message stuff. When I say message stuff, I mean actual chat messages. I'm talking about synchronization between client and server of chat messages. So if I remember correctly, right now the server is only able to give us Delta updates. So the server can only give us Delta updates. I don't think the server is able of telling us that a message is missing. So here's the problem, okay? It's gonna be drawing tablet time, but it's gonna be super shitty drawing with a mouse. So when a client connects, let's say that this is its knowledge of chat history of a specific channel, and the starting point is we know nothing; it's empty. So assume that this is all empty. Then we connect, and the server will give us the latest 64 messages. So will give us the most recent history. Then, as the user scrolls up message history, which is currently something that you can do. So as the user scrolls up, we fill everything out. Basically, the server sends us more chat information as we go backwards up to a point. So maybe we learn a bunch of history, but not all of it. So fast forward some time, we disconnect, time passes, and we reconnect again. So now reconnection looks like this. We, as the client, have some old data. So what was previously the latest message is now not the latest message anymore. Some more stuff has come in. So let's say that this maps to this. So we do have this history here. We don't have the super old stuff. We don't have the super new stuff. Now here, two things can happen. When we reconnect, either the server is able of filling this stuff up completely, or it's not because there's too much of it. The server only gives us the latest 64 messages of a channel. So if a lot of stuff has been sent in the meantime, I mean, if more than 64 messages have been sent in the meantime, then the server will only give us a partial update of what's down here. So keep in mind that this section here is essentially the same as this one. It looks smaller because there's more messages overall. So what's the problem with this? The problem with this is that here we have a hole. So we need to know that as we scroll up history, we need to know that here we have a hole that we need to ask to the server about, and then we know that at some point we'll resume having history that we know, and then there's going to be like super old stuff that we don't have, which is fine. This is already accounted for. So what's missing right now in the current implementation is that the server is not telling us that we lost some history. We need to know that. And the way it works is that the client, when connecting, that's not what I wanted to do. I guess I wanted to do this. The way it works is that when we connect, we give the server the ID that corresponds to this message, and we tell the server, give me I know about events up to this point. Events are messages plus maybe also other things that we are not worrying about right now. So we tell the server, give me new stuff. And the server, if the new stuff is less than 64 messages, we're going to get all the new messages. There will be no holes, and we're happy. But if we are skipping some history, we need to know about. And that's the next step. So the next step is make it so that the server has the ability to communicate to us that some stuff is missing. You also need to sync edits in cache messages. Yes, but I'm not worrying about that for now. That is going to be a different thing. And it's not a big deal. That part is actually easy. But now but right now you don't have the ability to edit messages in Awebo because there's no button to do that. So that's not even a thing you can do at all right now. So there's going to be at some point, I'm going to create an issue for supporting message editing, which will include all this stuff. So for now, the problem is we have this hole and we need to know that in the client, that there's something missing that will require us to ask the server about. So what is the difference basically? What are the two things that we have to worry about? So it can be less performant? No, it's not going to be less performant. It's going to be super performant as fuck. I can promise you. It's trivial. Like message updates are actually stupidly trivial. Once we get there, you'll see. It's going to be way easier than what I'm dealing with right now. Okay, so we need the server to know if there are messages that we're not giving the client. We currently don't have that. If I look in server run and I look at host message, well, no, it's not in here, right? It's part of authentication stuff. Let's see. No. Nope. Authenticate request. There we go. User can auth get authenticate reply. There we go. It's host compute delta. So this is where the user, the client has told us the latest thing that they've seen, and here we decide what to send them down, what to send down to them. So this part is actually complicated because we know the, did I call it user max ID? This is client max ID. Max UID. Okay, so the last thing that the client saw might not even be a message. Jesus. So here's how we do it. So the query that we're running right now, when fetching messages per channel is, I believe, where are we doing this? Channel messages len 0. Okay, let's read this from the start. The host, so the server has channels, gives the client information about each channel. I think this code is also wrong. This needs to be different, but for now it's fine. And then for each channel, if it is a chat channel, has new message. Oh, so we're looking for channels that have new messages at all or not. Oh, I see. So we're looking at messages and we're saying, as long as the ID is lower or equal than what the client has already seen, we keep skipping them. Okay, here's another way of looking at it. Bye-bye. Have a good night of sleep. So here's what I'm going to do. I think that the way we solve this is that in the client, if we receive 64 messages from the server, then we can reasonably suspect that there might be more and that we were capped at 64. We will be wrong in the exact case where, in the case where there are exactly 64 new messages, we will assume that there's more when there isn't. But, chances of that happening are 1 over 68. Sorry, 1 over 64. So not it's not gonna happen too often. And basically what we do is that in the client we add a fake message that represents a hole in our history when we see that happening. So we don't have right now the concept of different types of messages, but we'll need to introduce them at some point. So that point is going to be now. More specifically, a message here doesn't have a type, but we need to give it a type. I guess we can call it kind, a message kind. So let's do it like this. Maybe that text not null is not going to be what we want to do. Maybe we do want to make it null. I don't know, nullable. Kind. So this is going to be enum, not null. Uh, huh. Let's go with not null for now. So what does this do? Okay, what's a kind? What's a message kind? So, um, the idea is that by default, all messages are like um, are chat messages or like user messages. Then there is system messages. Although there might be more than one type of system message, maybe we should give like a code for all of them. For example, um, if a message is deleted, we edit it to turn it into a deleted message. I don't know though. What else? You know what? Let's just call it system. Let's say, for example, a um, 5 messages moved to another channel type of stuff. Join messages. That's not. Uh, I don't love them, but yeah. Let's say if we do have join messages, they will be one of those things. And then let's add another one, missing history. Client only used to mark a missing piece of history, of chat history. There you go. So that way we basically create a message that represents a whole, and that way the client is going to be able to know when this type of stuff happens. So we do this. We're not gonna make it default to anything. So let's eat all the build errors now. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, wait, this is actually what we care about. So that part has to be made more complicated. So instead of showing a hole, so the idea is that here, if we are in here, we're scrolling up. But if we see a if we see a if const kind equals r dot get dot kind, if kind is missing history, we need to stop doing this and set count to 0. Yeah, I think. Let's see if it works. No, we don't fake count. We need something else. Var found missing history. We need a separate thing because it's slightly different. Guess we can simplify this. So down here we say if count is 0 or missing history, and if fetch all messages and not missing history, then we do each other history get. Okay. Then let's add a log. Find a missing history message. Oh, here's the problem though. If we're seeing a missing history, we cannot use the oldest UID. We need to change it. You know what? Okay, let's not fuck around with these variables. Let's do this. Var um How do you even get a missing history? That's what I was explaining earlier. Okay. So I think I'm happy with this. Um, so this should do a chat history get, which should be fine. Could be improved, but it's fine. Next is when we sync, we need to add one of these bad boys as needed. Hmm. So what I'm doing right now, so here's the one thing that is stopping me from making progress is I'm considering right now I'm creating a artificial ID, which is fine, but how do I know to delete the missing history message? I think that what I need to do is take a real message and turn it into a missing history message. I need to take a real message and turn it into a missing history message. This is a devious plan. Absolutely devious. The problem though is that if I do that, yeah, no, okay, so this is fine. So this is all fine. Should this be +1 or -1? +1 because we're going backwards in time. Okay, this is all good. Now we need to go in host sync. We have build errors, or we still have build errors, it seems. Expected to argument found 1. That is fair. Okay, next problem. Missing strat field kind. Chat panel 257. 257. Oh shit, this is us going down. Can we find a history hole while going down? Currently, no, not really. But in the future, it might. For example, if we jump backwards, let's do this. We're literally implementing the same stuff that we just implemented. So these two guys, this check. Also, this should be just kind. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so this is a bunch of non-implemented logic. We're gonna need to implement it now. So if count is 0, we need to fetch present from server. And I think we need to implement this because this requires us to implement a search that goes towards the present. That, you know what, that is actually kind of suspicious because if we create a missing history message, that points at older stuff being missing, not at newer stuff being missing. So this logic is completely different. Yeah, I think this logic needs to have different logic. This logic, yeah, this thing needs to have different logic, so it can't work as it is right now. I'm gonna leave a panic to do. Let's implement the other side of this. So the other side of this is host, and when we sync, upsert channel. If the channel exists, we do channel sync. Otherwise, we're doing this garbage here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's kind of what we want. Up here in channel sync, that sends us to chat. Chat sync also does something similar. What does chat sync do? Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I think this goes from newest to oldest, and it's the oldest that we turn into a missing history message. Okay. In theory, we should have covered this use case. Now we need to test it. Also, maybe instead of our coding 64, we should use the message window types stuff. With it's Awebo. Awebo channel window size. Channel window size in here. Same in here. Absent message now needs to support um, kind. So this becomes yeah 9. Okay. Okay. Has a number named kind. Right, there's a query in chat panel where we do abstract user. Actually, now I'm curious. Chat panel 256. What am I doing? Auto kind in select channel present. Oh wait, what was it doing? Select channel present. Right. Absent message is missing kind. Chat history. Is it chat history message for a channel that doesn't exist? Oh, this is interesting. So we're receiving all the history in here, but we're not. Well, I think we can do it like this. Okay, so how do we make this happen? We need to test this. Oh, wait, still not done. Server run. Oh, wait a second. So where are we right now? We're loading from disk. Okay. Although, let's do it this way. Kind, and then we assert. The server cannot have missing history kind. That should not be possible. And also, chat message new. Chat message send, yes. In here, we cannot trust what they say about the chat kind. Kind equals chat. Like a client cannot create chat messages that aren't, the default ones. Okay, next problem. There's no kind in common queries insert message. Uh, to be fair, you know what? Insert message, even though it's in the common queries, only the server uses it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm taking this bad boy. I'm taking it out of insert message because I don't believe the client uses it. I guess we can take a look. It's in common queries. It's done by server. Oh, never mind. Core does call insert message. Never mind. So we do share this. Never mind. So we do care about this. Hmm. 873. Um, dot chat. Also, I think that in the full text index, we should only index chat messages. So, uh, messages by update UID, messages by channel, messages by author in here. Man, I think I want this to be conditional. Create trigger after insert messages. After insert on messages, I think in here maybe we can do it. We can add the constraint where. Well, we're gonna need to do it at some point. Are we happy now? Okay, we're happy now. So reset the server database, rerun the server database. Well, re-init the server database, or try to. Maybe make an attempt, see what happens. Query name, insert message, FatalDB error, 7 values for 8 columns. 7 values for 8 columns. Okay, so we're gonna load all messages or not. Did we kill the server? No, there's just no server running. God damn it. Okay, so I sent a bajillion messages back to the client. Normal loading still works, so this is all fine. Or was. Until we hit a panic to do. So no, it wasn't all fine. That does make sense. I see what's happening. Uh, hmm. So the problem is that we have a missing history. Okay, my system for recognizing when history is missing is not 100% correct. Unfortunately, I need to design a different system. I think it has to do with having the server send more messages than what we keep in memory at a time. So maybe the client should have 64 messages in memory at a time, but then the server should send more. Should send like I don't know. I guess we can do this. We can set the client to 32 and we can set the server to 64 and see what happens at that point. That is something that we can totally do right now. If we I bet you that if we do this it works. But it's still I think not going to be 100% sound, but you know, at least we can see it go. So, here's how it's going to be. What is going on? Oh, options. I don't remember how I named that module. I think it's options. Huh. Now we're front filling too many things. Okay, that is fine. Hmm. Okay, there is some more code that depends on these quantities being in sync between server and client. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, I have to think this through basically. I think I need to go. I need to get to the end of the stream, take a break, think about it a little bit more, see what the best solution is. I was trying to make this work right now, but I think it's gonna drag me into a bunch of things that are like just fragile with regards to what we are messing around with right now. So um okay, I'm gonna attempt once. I'm gonna slice those messages and I'm going to see if that solves this. If it solves this fully, then great. Otherwise, I'm not gonna press it further. So that is in chat 58. So we're inside her sync essentially. Oh shit! I see, man. Oh, that is bad because this we're deserializing from. Hmm. No, even if we do this, we're still gonna break. Okay. No, I have no way of fixing this. Like trivially. So I have to think through exactly what the protocol should be for recognizing that there are missing messages. The thing is this: there are like a couple of key things to keep in mind. One is the client will have an ID that might not correspond to any message. So what we would have to do is basically like in the client, we don't have a good way of truly knowing if there is one extra message. The thing that I'm doing right now with basically assuming that on 64, like that whenever we're receiving a full buffer of messages, we assume there might be more. That seems to be kind of the right way of going at it. It's just that that has some finicky angles to it, the way I'm doing it, because currently I'm taking what I'm doing currently is that I'm taking an existing message and turning it into a missing history message. The reason why I'm doing this is because then when we do fetch history, we'll upsert that message and we'll turn it back into a clean message. If we don't do this, then we're gonna need to add a query that deletes missing. Whenever we receive a chunk of history, we're gonna need to have a query that deletes missing history messages within a given range of IDs. That should work. But this solution is so what I'm doing right now is so elegant. It is pretty elegant. Yeah. Because the alternative is that we make up a message ID, and that is a very dangerous game. Although we do deal mostly in upserts, so actually it would be fine. Yeah, we definitely do a bunch of upserts. So, okay, so instead of turning a given message, we add one with an artificial ID, which is going to be the last message ID that we've seen -1. Okay, let's try this out and see how it goes. What bindings are you using for flow control? I am using Helix style bindings. I'm using it Helix style. Okay, so that means that in here actually, no, in host. Where's host? Why is it so far down? So in host, instead of twisting a message, instead of twisting it, we had another one. Maybe this should be ourselves. This should be ourselves. How do we say ourselves in this context? Do we know who we are? Yeah, delta.user ID. Yeah, sorry, no age verification. I mean, right now there's a Zig verification. You need to be a Zig developer to be able to attempt to use Awebo. uh, okay. So with this, we add yet another message. Let's see if we can do the same down here. You know what? I think we could just straight up record this from. No, it's more complicated. Fuck it. So in this context, we have lost knowledge of who we are. For now, let's do one just to see where this brings us. just to see if we like where this brings us. You have a LinkedIn certificate? Well, no. Okay, so the way it works is that you need to have a LinkedIn endorsement that you're a proficient Zig developer by Uncle Bob. That's actually what we consider to be essentially the only, you know, real certification that you can trust. Yeah, it's hard, huh? No, actually, I think that's the wrong type. Scott, what? We're talking about things. The only way that you can trust that somebody really knows Zig. I couldn't think of anything better. So, okay. So this seems to have worked. If it has, then we need to reset our cache. Server can be stay where it is. We need to remove one hack though in here. This can go back to being U6. And let's see where we land now. I say no crash. So far, so good. Now, this should crash as we scroll down, but we can fix this by adding a query. Oh my God. This is the message that we copied. Uh, well, you know what? Messages go from oldest to newest. I got that completely wrong. Let's just call it oldest UID. What am I doing? Okay, so again, this is just to see if this works. Foreign key constraint failed. Good. That's the hard-coded one. That is freaking this thing out. I don't remember what's a good value. 1 and 2. What do you mean? Then why is 1 a problem? Oh, maybe this is a problem? So I wish we knew a little bit more about which constraint we triggered, because this is actually correct. I want to try to change this to 2. Let's see if that solves anything. No, foreign key constraint failed. Core 379. Oh wait, it's not even here. Core 379. In this absurd message. How? That is, how is this happening? That is there must be some zero. There must be some hard coded 0 or undefined that triggers this. So let's print some more, because this complains about chat history message 41. Okay, let's see some more about message 41. Show me. Origin 0 created epoch. Kind chat author 2. So author 2 should be fine. The only other foreign key constraint that we're seeing is the channel ID. It's the only thing that could be wrong. Channel 1. Foreign key constraint failed. Are we doing some kind of upsert that fails on something that we did not expect? We can conflict on UID, but what is the problem now? Okay, let's take a look at the database. Show me all channels, IDs 1, 2, and 3. So the part is fine. User 1 and 2, Christoph and user. So what foreign key is fading? There's like 2 foreign keys, man. Message has only 2 foreign keys. Oh, you know what's going on? I think we were pooping the query. I think I might have pooped the query. I put kind between. Oh, look what happened. Fuck. That's what happened. Okay. Okay. So now this works. Now here's how we simulate having a piece of missing history. Okay. So quick recap. Here's what we're trying to simulate. T0, we connect to the server. We receive initially this history. Then we receive this history by scrolling up. That's what I just did right now. Then here's what we're going to simulate. Time passes, and at the T1, sometime later, we disconnect. Some time passes. We reconnect again. What previously was the oldest message is now, what previously was the newest message, now it's not anymore. Some new messages have come in. So our basically logically, conceptually, our history has shifted back in time because now there's a new present time. But the idea is that many messages were sent in the meantime. And the server is only going to give us the last 64, causing us to have a hole in the middle. And then as we scroll up, we discover that we have a hole in the middle, and we fill it up. We receive messages from the server to fill it up. Okay. So the way we simulate this is that now we go into the database and we nuke some of the newest messages. We need to nuke more than 60 modern messages. So we need to leave all like the old 20, like the oldest 20 or something to simulate what's happening. So when we reconnect, we get the new 64 ones plus a missing message. So let's go simulate this. So kill the client. So these are all the messages. We want to delete from the bottom. And we want the first 80, for example. And then we just delete those. Now we only have the oldest messages. I'm gonna copy the cache because this is a good like snapshot to have of the cache. So let's see. In theory now, I'm gonna open the client and we're gonna see that as it resyncs, it's gonna have these messages, the newest 64 messages, and a missing history message in the middle. Let's see if this is true. We do see the newest messages. I'm not gonna scroll up. So we're not gonna scroll up. But I'm going to immediately look into the database. Let's do headers on. Newest messages up to 40 something. There we go. This is our missing history message. It's better for programming macOS or Windows. Jesus. Neither is particularly great. I would take macOS over Windows though. I would take anything over Windows to be honest. Well, maybe not anything. I wouldn't take Temple OS over Windows, but Windows is real bad. But macOS is not amazing either. Personally, here's what I would recommend. Get a macOS machine because the hardware is decent. The CPU is definitely good. And then have a virtual machine with Linux in it. I run NixOS in a virtual machine, like with a full GUI thing. Your laptop can manage it. And so you can do, when you need to do Linux specific development, you can. And when you need, debuggers and stuff, they work. It's not like macOS is increasingly getting worse and worse at that. That's my suggestion. In theory, you could do the same also for my Windows machine, but then for my Windows machine, I think your laptop is probably going to be crappier. And then you have Windows with like ads in the start menu and Copilot crap everywhere. Although to be fair, on macOS you're gonna have the god awful, what's it called? Liquid Glass UI. That's also super ass. I don't know. I guess it's a matter of picking your poison. So this is exactly the state that we wanted to repro. This is the exact state they wanted to repro. Now, here's the benchmark if what we're doing works or not. And by the way, I'm realizing that it probably doesn't. I think that there's some more code missing in how we handle scrolling, but we'll see. So the way this works is that now we hope that as we scroll up, we see this bad boy, and we realize that we need to fetch some piece of missing history, and hopefully everything goes well. But I think I bungled this, or rather, I don't think it's gonna work well. I realize that there's some missing pieces, but still, we're walking toward making it work. Holy shit! Wait, did it actually work? 43, 42, 40, 39, 37, 32. It worked. Okay, I think this is really, I think this is jank. Like this is fragile, and it's kind of a miracle that it worked, but it did work. That is bonkers. It did work. So let me try again. So I'm gonna run this, open this once. Remember, we have a hole between 36 and 19. There's a hole between 36 and 19. 36, 19. 36, 19, and it works. So we kind of did it. I think this is not fully correct. I think that if the client, sorry, if the server were to be slower, I think this thing would poop itself, kinda. I think more specifically, what is currently missing. I might be wrong, but I think that what is currently missing is the concept that we are loading data in the middle. We have the concept of loading data at the very end of history, but we don't have that concept for loading data in the middle. So I think that that's not properly handled. So I think the client, the GUI will spam trying to load stuff from the database and keep hitting zero new results, instead of properly knowing that there is a pending request. I might be wrong. Maybe the code that does wait for a pending request also happens to trigger correctly in that case. But if that is the case, it's kind of like a coincidence. I didn't handle this properly when I was editing it. So this is something that I need to look more into. But this is kind of it. Ta-da! That is how you recognize that you have holes in your history, and you fill them up as you are scrolling up. What is the GUI made in? DVUI? Yes, indeed. DVUI, indeed. Yes. Okay. So I think this is it for me. We did make some good progress here. This logic really needs to be made better and cleaned up for sure. But yeah, we have more of that. Honestly, with this fix, we're kind of there. This is kind of useful, like usable, I mean. Yeah. This should not be missing anything. Okay, so with this, I think I'm gonna call it a day. So thank you all for hanging out. And I don't know. Let me see if there's anybody who I should be raiding. There's Ethernet Cable. He's playing Jump King. Okay. Is there anybody doing Zig? Building CLI tool to view Twitch chat on stream. So there's somebody new, Miko89. Interesting. Okay, let's raid Miko89. That seems cool. See you all next time, which is probably going to be tomorrow.